Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 9th Annual Gender Equity in Academic Health and Medicine Leadership Conference. I am Dr. Amy Kobus. My pronouns are she and her. I co-chair GEAHM along with Dr. Casey Seidman, and this conference is one of the highlights for this committee. Many of you are familiar with GEAHM. For those of you who are new to GEAHM, I want to take a few moments to provide a short history of the committee. GEAHM was started in the 1990s under the auspices of the School of Medicine to address issues impacting women faculty at OHSU, issues such as career advancement, participation by women in decision-making bodies at OHSU, and childcare access. With continued growth and in consultation with many stakeholders, on July 1st, 2019, we formally expanded to become an OHSU-wide committee. We now represent all of OHSU schools, affiliated units, and the College of Pharmacy. We also became a standing committee of the Faculty Senate. In the spring of 2020, we further expanded our mission to formally include gender equity, inclusive of cis and transgender women and non-binary individuals. In June 2021, we voted to formally change our name from WHAM to GEAHM to better represent this mission. The committee is now Gender Equity in Academic Health and Medicine, or GEAHM. 2021 has been a busy and challenging year for GEAHM. In addition to the committee's name change, we have been actively involved in the faculty compensation plan, participated in the Covert investigation, and engaged in the data analysis of the GEAHM survey, evaluating the impact of COVID-19 on academic progression at OHSU. These are just a few of the mechanisms by which we have pushed gender equity at OHSU. Our annual leadership conference offers us an important opportunity to take a break, to meet in community with each other, to celebrate our successes, and reinvigorate. This year's theme, Rethink, Reinvent, Realign with Your True North, reflects the upheaval of these past 20 months. And it also reflects the profound shift in priorities that many of us have experienced, both professionally and personally, in the midst of this upheaval. With an ongoing COVID pandemic now in its third year, and the experience of precarity has become visceral for far too many. Our goal was to create a conference that acknowledged these realities, but also provide opportunities for education, mentoring, and empowerment to realign your values, prioritize activities that give you a sense of satisfaction and purpose, and lay the foundation where you can thrive again. Our keynote speaker, Ms. Janet Bickle, is amazing. She is a nationally recognized leadership development expert and coach. This year, in lieu of our annual awards presentation, which we felt would add more burden to an already challenging year, we have instead a very special slide presentation honoring OHSU's frontline heroes and hidden heroes for their tremendous efforts over the last 20+ months. These heroes represent all missions and in all positions. And I want to acknowledge that there are many more heroes that are not included in these slides. Before we go further, I want to go over some housekeeping items for how you can engage with us and get technical support during the virtual conference. To chat, we will use the YouTube chat function. The sign-in is found in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. To participate in the chat, you will create your own account or log in with Google. We will also ask you to participate in polls during the conference. To get you set up for polls, we are going to start with one now. And we will use this poll to form a word cloud. The first poll is, what one word describes how you are feeling today? You can enter the poll in one of two ways. One, Enter the web address shown on the side, www.pollev.com/GEAHM 2022. And that's www.pollev.com/GEM 2022. Or two, scan the QR code displayed on your screen using your smartphone camera. Next, choose that you are a participant, then enter your name and click to join. The poll is active and ready for your entry of that word that best describes how you are feeling today. Now that you have participated in this poll, from this point forward, polls that we activate will appear automatically in your browser. We will prompt you when a poll is active, so don't worry about missing an opportunity to participate. Our program today includes live and recorded speakers, our keynote presentation, 2 breakout sessions, and 2 conference presentations with live Q&As. We have the slide presentation of our frontline heroes and hidden heroes. The 2 breakout sessions will be via WebEx. We will release you to your breakout session when it is time. Everyone should have received the links to their breakout sessions via email prior to the conference. Email gem@ohsu.edu if you have questions about your breakout session link or need technical help during the conference. I'm going to repeat that. That's gem@ohsu.edu or GEAHM@ohsu.edu. This email will be actively monitored throughout the conference. Okay, looking at the word cloud, I see a lot of people are tired, excited, and hopeful. I too am all of those, hopeful, tired, and really excited about this conference. So at this time, I have the distinct honor of introducing OHSU President, Dr. Jacobs, who will provide a few previously recorded remarks to kick off our conference. President Jacobs has been a supporter, and we appreciate his active engagement with GEM. And now, President Jacobs.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Dr. Kobus. Welcome to the Gender Equity in Academic Health and Medicine's 2022 Annual Leadership Conference. Of course, as you know, this year's conference theme is Rethink, Reinvent, and Realign with Your True North. That theme resonates with me because of its synergy with what we're focusing on at our institution. At OHSU, we must continue to evolve incrementally, evolutionarily, and exponentially if we are to achieve our timeless aspirations, those that were identified as part of our 2025 strategic plan. And those timeless aspirations or goals are grounded in accountability, belonging, learning, equity, and equality. I think it's true that what each and every one of us does here today can, should, and will change everything about our tomorrow. And it's important that we remain open to reimagining what we do and how we do it to ensure we stay in sync with our purposes and values, both individually and as a community. GEM's mission directly supports OHSU's efforts to create a safe and inclusive culture of belonging where all are welcome and can see part of themselves in our efforts and activities, their true north, if you will. I'd like to extend my gratitude and appreciation for GEM's work and for your steadfast commitment to promoting culture, policies, people, programs, and things that are needed to support gender equity for all faculty members at OHSU, as well as others. So thank you for providing the space for learning, growth, and development. And I wish you all the best as you explore ways to rethink, reinvent, and realign. Be well and take good care.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Susan Bakewell Sachs. I use she, her pronouns, and I am the Vice President for Nursing Affairs and Dean of the OHSU School of Nursing. I am honored and delighted to have this opportunity to add my personal welcome to this conference and to introduce our keynote speaker, Janet Beckel. Let me begin by noting that this is the first conference sponsored under the new name of this group, and I applaud your efforts to build a more inclusive community of support. I was first invited to join what was then known as Women in Academic Medicine, or WAM, fairly soon after I arrived at OHSU. I was happy to accept the invitation, especially because it was a wonderful opportunity for me to begin to build my network here. I also did not have any idea what to expect as a nurse leader. I quickly came to appreciate the value of the group in offering a safe environment for connecting with other women leaders, learning about our common challenges, seeking and giving support to one another, and working collaboratively to create a better future, particularly for women leaders. I also came to appreciate the differences between, for example, medicine and nursing. As a nurse leader, I have advocated long and hard for my profession to gain equity among other health professions. It was through WAM that I learned about the struggles of women in medicine and the gender inequities that they face within their profession. I also came to appreciate that I could contribute based on my leadership journey and my strengths, and I gained colleagues who I could rely on for support and feedback. The theme of this conference, Rethink, Reinvent, Realign with Your True North, resonates for me, as I hope it does for you. The experiences of the past now nearly 2 years of being in crisis, living and dealing with the known uncertainty of COVID, attempting to continue to care for ourselves and others, has led many of us to reflect on how we can hold perspective and go on living, not just surviving. We are all leading from wherever we are. Whether or not we have leadership titles, others look to us, depend upon us, seek us out for support, and rely on us to help solve challenges. We know that the pandemic has been particularly hard on women, especially those in the position of caring for others in both their professional and personal lives. Caring for ourselves can easily fall by the wayside. As a dean, I have been glad that I have many years of experience behind me that has helped me during this time. My own leadership journey has been one of opportunities, taking and accepting risks, and growth. Becoming a dean was not a goal that I had, and a number of my leadership opportunities were actually suggestions from others because of potential they saw in me. I have been very fortunate to have wonderful mentors and formal leadership development and coaching throughout my career. These relationships have been critical to my learning, confidence building, my growth in self-awareness, and understanding that leadership is all about what we accomplish with and through others. There have been some memorable moments of learning for me. A couple of years into my first deanship, I had the opportunity to be part of a year-long development program for new deans. At that time, I was struggling to even describe some of my challenges. A very experienced dean was part of the development program. She is actually a living legend in the American Academy of Nursing and a very astute observer of human behavior. She asked us the following question: do you know why you are struggling in your new role as deans? I sat on the edge of my seat as she answered, and she said, as a nurse and faculty member, you were an expert. You were valued for your narrow and deep knowledge, and you were evaluated mostly on what you accomplished. As a dean, you are the purveyor of vast and shallow knowledge. The experts are others, those around you, and you are evaluated on what is achieved through your relationship with and the accomplishments of others. Those of you who know me have likely heard me say that a dean is the purveyor of vast and shallow knowledge. I have never forgotten that lesson, and it was a tremendous reset for me. I didn't need to, nor should I try to be, the expert trying to solve all of the problems or have all of the answers. My role was to catalyze and to support the success of those around me, to serve others, and to make things possible through working with others. That rethinking of myself, my role, and what I was supposed to do was pivotal for me, and a great relief, actually, learning that I didn't have to know everything and solve everything by myself. The past 2 years have been incredibly challenging, with every aspect of our professional and personal lives being affected by the pandemic. I have needed to be more intentional about coping, self-monitoring, being mindful, and seeking to be gracious with myself and others. Early on, my attitude was all about getting through it. It was a temporary coping mindset. By the summer of 2020, I realized that I had to develop a different mental model, one more of being in the present and focused on living with it, being flexible, and influencing what I could so that I could remain able to support others who rely on me. I am by nature passionate and optimistic. I often say that is how I am able to be a dean. For me, gratitude is also a mainstay of how I hold perspective. I am grateful for the people in my life, for my work, for the opportunities to contribute, and for the support of others who bolster my strengths. An example of change for me during this time is that my exercise has become more flexible. Some days running sets on the stairs in between WebEx meetings instead of longer sessions on my treadmill, an idea shared actually by a faculty colleague. In the past, I would have skipped exercise if I couldn't do my usual routine. Now I do what I can some days. I've become more conscious of my need for sleep, taking breaks, conversation with my spouse, my adult sons, and my 89-year-old mother. None of how I am living with this pandemic is extraordinary, but it is helping me each day. A vital aspect of making this work for me is the safe connection with others. Having people in my life who can help me with perspective, provide support, give me honest feedback, and help me stay focused on what is important. I hope this organization is a source of safe connection for you, and that this conference is renewing and nurturing. Take good care. I now have the distinct pleasure of introducing our keynote speaker. Janet Bickle is a nationally recognized career and leadership development expert with now 50 years of experience in academic medicine and science. Over 125 academic health centers and 35 professional societies have invited her presentations and consultations. During the 25 years prior to creating her own coaching business, Janet held positions of increasing leadership at the Association of American Medical Colleges, including Associate Vice President for Medical School Affairs. She established an influential office of women in medicine, including a series of leadership development programs that have stimulated the careers of thousands of women physicians and scientists. She has served the renowned Executive Leadership in Academic Medicine, or ELAM program, in multiple capacities. Janet continues to publish broadly with over 65 peer-reviewed articles and 2 books. Her new book, Not a Well-Lit Stare, Career and Human Development for Young and Growing Professionals, will be published in 2022.
Thanks for that great introduction. It's such a privilege for me today to be connecting with you in order to hopefully nurture your growth as a human being and as a professional in these challenging times. And I want to begin by commending Oregon for its long tradition of excellence in gender equity program. As you heard, I've had the opportunity to give presentations at over 125 of the North American medical schools. And I've always tried to meet with the leaders of the Women in Medicine and Science programs. And because of its grassroots leaderships, Oregon has one of the most long-standing records of excellence in this regard that I'm aware of. And this program is truly part of that great tradition. So it really is a privilege. I've designed this brief talk around befriending ourselves over the long haul in order to nurture our authenticity, resourcefulness, and agility. So we begin with the subject of what does success mean to you? And then we'll move into becoming more comfortable with the discomforts of uncertainty and with your competing commitments. And I love this image of the Buddha because she reminds me of all the thousands of women, scientists and physicians that I've known in my almost 50 years in academic medicine who are juggling so many responsibilities. You have so many balls in the air. And actually what you're doing is a lot more difficult than juggling because you're trying to grow programs and grow people, none of whom come with plant tags. So it's a constant diagnostic process. And what I want you to do right now is to imagine all these busy arms wrapped around yourself in love, because that compassionate self-care, that befriending of ourselves is where how our self-efficacy builds and how all the other skills that we need to be good at, especially now, continue to build. So next slide. So I encourage you to spend the next minute with your eyes closed, letting your mind arrive at images of success for you. What does success mean to you right now? And naturally, I would like to give you more time on that, and I encourage you to take more time on that. I imagine that for most of you, your image is multi-dimensional and that it arrives with some fear about how you will continue to realize these images. And part of the value of asking this question of yourself is so that you can continue to embolden yourself to pursue that. Next slide. At the same time as you attempt to stay headed toward your true north, what you both like and do well. And certainly every role that we have involves time in these other grids. Next slide. But the idea is that we continue to get wiser and wiser. Next slide, please. As we refine what success means for ourselves. Psychiatrist Linda Austin, who wrote the great book a number of years ago called What's Holding You Back, said, "No one will ever create a bolder vision of your life than you are able to envision for yourself. You are the CEO of your own career. You are the message sorter, and you get all kinds of messages." Next slide. And traps about what success is supposed to mean to you. And most of you arrived at medical school and your graduate training with straight A's, and you continue to expect yourself to get straight A's, even though that is unrealistic, especially these days. Many of you are in areas where there's been a lot of attrition. You're having to deal with more death and chaos than probably you were ever prepared for. And so some of you are probably even, I would say, crispy with burnout. Some of you are having to deal with moral jeopardy situations in which no decision is going to have a truly satisfactory outcome. And that feeling trapped in that with your conscience is such a difficult place. And even though there's no cures for any of these challenges, the idea is that when we can name them and start to have discussions with them with trusted colleagues and partners, then we feel less as if these are personal deficits that drain us, since you need access to your best energy in terms of prioritizing what you can do something about. And our familiarity with our emotional triggers, when you feel that self-doubt kick in, when you feel hooked, being able to ask yourself compassionately, why am I reacting so strongly? How can I ease up at all on myself? What can I learn about what this stress is telling me? And being able to know that you can say no is critical. Next slide. So I recommend that you keep these decision criteria handy when you have an opportunity to say yes or to say no, asking yourself, if I say yes to this, what does it mean I'm saying no to? And who's asking, and how important is the relationship? And will it put gas in my tank? Will it help me meet my goals? Is there something I can negotiate here? And if it's truly necessary to and useful to say no, to be able to do that in a way that reflects the clarity of your and the strength of your own thinking. Next slide. So all highly skilled professionals have options, and mid-career is a time of natural turbulence and reassessment, and it's much harder now for the reasons that we mentioned of more chaos, more uncertainty, more day-to-day work challenges. And I have found these questions to be helpful in evaluating options. What misalignments have developed between my needs and my responsibilities? What can I decrease involvement in? What commitments can I renegotiate? And then asking those big, hard questions. Given what I'm learning, do I need to seek more training or change fields or relocate? Is a big transition going to be necessary? And then who can help me with these reassessments? One of the challenges right now for most mid-career individuals is that there aren't that many women who are great role models above you to go to. And you're kind of sandwiched between a lack of immediate help and a lot of younger women colleagues who are looking to you as role models. And you are role models. You're leading from the middle every day in really critical ways. And so you may need to look outside of your institution, right? That's one of the great values of staying connected with your professional society, is others who can assist you with these discussions and these assessments. And a critical question then is, in this reassessment process, how can you protect time for yourself that's free of relational responsibilities? And I found that it's really necessary to find a way to put that huge backpack of relational responsibilities down once in a while and see what you yourself need and feel like. I don't call these retreats, I call them advances, because it's during those intervals that I come closer to a compassionate self-knowledge and self-acceptance, which makes everything else a bit easier. Next slide. So what we're talking about here is getting more comfortable with the inevitable tensions of all of your competing commitments. And I have found David White's book called The Three Marriages to be useful. Even if we aren't married, we have great commitments to our work, to our significant others, and to ourselves. And these are all just different expressions of how we belong in the world. So the question is, how can we knit these together, keep them in conversation with each other so that we have our commitments instead of our commitments having us? And that work and the question of how can I get some rejuvenation here is something that we need to give ourselves permission to do. Otherwise, for most women, the commitment to ourselves gets the least attention. And in order for us to stay resilient, to continue to build our resourcefulness and agility, we have to be asking ourselves, what will rejuvenate me? Next slide. And so this includes this oxymoron of how do we get more comfortable with the inevitable discomforts of uncertainty. And I learned from an internist colleague that when we're facing something stressful, something new, something in which we feel our vulnerabilities arise, we actually, the opiate level in our brain actually goes down. So we enter a state of intrinsic narcotic withdrawal. So it's not our imagination that we're uncomfortable with uncertainty, especially, I would say, those of us who are Myers-Briggs J's, who really love to plan. We're really good at organizing. And these days, with the level of uncertainty, we have to accept that there's a lot of messiness that we're just going to have to get used to. And one useful question might actually be, in the morning when you turn on your computer, who will I disappoint first today? Because you inevitably will, because you have such a high sense of responsibility and you have so many people who are dependent on you. And so that kind of self-acceptance can help us stop fighting some of the messiness and to be able to ask those really hard questions. What dream or ideal must I abandon as beyond my influence? Because there's so much in our broken healthcare system that is beyond your influence. And the importance of being able to discern what I can do something about and what I can't do something about is critical. To be able to take off our own backs all the stuff we can't influence so that we can become more analytic about what we can do something with. And that discernment almost has to be fresh from day to day, because we may see new ways to influence situations that we didn't before. So we have to be able to see what's emerging. And that means one question, next slide, please, that I have found helpful is, what plan do I need to let go of? The idea is that our plans help us keep moving forward and make smart decisions about our priorities. At the same time, as if we're too wedded to a plan, that constricts our ability to see what's next, what opportunities, what constrictions are arriving. So that's called agility, right? And I've also found that indulging in righteous indignation, and it's possible to spend all day there, where our grudges and resentments are, is really a waste of time. And so sometimes when I feel that emotion arising, I time myself and I just give myself a couple minutes to just be in that state. That actually can help me move on sometimes. And nostalgia, most of us have nostalgia for times when we could be together in the same room without masks, and the nostalgia for when it seemed like there was greater stability in our world. And I've found that I also have to guard against that. And also, when we stop expecting people and authority to provide answers, we take the first steps to becoming braver and smarter in terms of initiating the kind of conversations that we need to have, in being able to communicate what's really happening on the ground level that the people above us are probably not familiar with. And that's one of the extra challenges and opportunity of leading from the middle. You see more than most other people see, because you know what's happening on the ground floor, and you also have some sense of what the people above you are dealing with, what their responsibilities are. And then the strengths that we overdo, we all tend to overdo our strengths. And one huge strength that most women that I've known have is, I would almost call it a generosity disorder, a level of empathy that means it's extra difficult to back off, to ease up on yourself, to take the time for yourself. So just watching that, because self-care, as you know, this is where it all starts. We all need to get better at obtaining feedback so that we can shrink that gap between what our intentions are and the actual impact we have on people. And this is one of the scariest things, but it's one of the huge values of having trustworthy, a number of trustworthy colleagues who can help us keep closing that gap, so that we can ask, How am I coming across? Do I need to listen more? How can I, what are your observations about how I can do this better? And then concluding that we're insignificant. A lot of women I know tend to put themselves down before anybody else can do it first. And when we conclude that, it's the opposite of what Linda Austin recommended about creating a bold vision for yourself. And nobody can create a bolder one than you can for yourself. At the same time, when we see each other's courage, that's very inspiring. And so just being able to even thank or give feedback to someone who inspires us can inspire other people to do that too. That's how we get stronger also. Next slide. So since we will continue to have self-doubts, and there will always be lots of questions about how we can keep growing, how we can prioritize our energies, I found these questions to be helpful in appreciating my own growth and learning from my experiences. So these are the questions. What do you understand or have a fresh perspective on now that you didn't a year ago? What was the biggest risk you took? What did you learn from it? What are you ambivalent about? What is this ambivalence helping you see? What are you taking for granted that you could more consciously appreciate and savor and thank someone for? What are your sources of wealth? What would it take to develop more of a sense of humor about your flaws? And the last slide. So this is an image, a beautiful image that helps me be mindful of the values of alignment and of how, when you're in a state of alignment, how energy giving that is. And since you can't measure the good that you do, and since you probably had no idea of the extent to which you were going to be a pioneer, we really need to be encouraging each other in our self-care that will enable our continuing resourcefulness, hardiness, and agility over the long run, and help you continue to wrap your arms around yourself in love to be the healthiest version of you and the boldest version of you that you can be. Thank you again for this great opportunity. I really look forward to your questions in our discussion period. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Casey Seidman. I am one of the GEAHM co-chairs with Amy Kobus, and my pronouns are she and her. I want to thank Janet for her insightful and inspiring talk today, and I'll be moderating the question and answer session. So Janet, there were a lot of comments and questions that started to filter in, and so I'll be reading some of them aloud to you. One of the first comments that came in was more of a feeling of really validating the need to let go of anxiety, the anxiety of being successful, and stop pressuring yourself to be perfect, and how important that is in this process. I was wondering if maybe you could comment on that.
Yeah, absolutely. We tend to have very unrealistic expectations of ourselves, and those were instilled usually a long time ago. And so we deserve to be reassessing what those standards and metrics are. And many of you have heard the phrase good enough. You know, what is good enough in this situation? And letting yourself be disappointed in yourself, not letting that be a sign of a personal deficit. So it's kind of like we give ourselves pep talks and we keep reminding ourselves, going back to what does success mean to me right now, and what is realistic, and looking at the gap, in a friendly way, not a self-judging way.
Yeah, that's really wonderful. How do you recommend people integrate these lessons into their narrative long term? Do you recommend that it's a daily practice, like a meditation or a mantra?
Yeah, that's a great question too. And my experience is that it just really depends on the individual, and experimenting with what works. For instance, some leaders that I know, they set aside the first hour of the week or the last hour of the week to spend. You can use the whatever term you want. I just call it reflection time, in which I write what's up for me. What questions are emerging? What am I confused about? What's been triggering me? And also then, what do I need to accomplish in this, and this meeting today or this week? It's a goal setting process and a simultaneous way of, some people call this whole thing like a brain dump. You try to get stuff out of your head somewhere where you can look at it and do something with it. And one of the advantages of writing out our confusions and questions and anxieties and hopes is that it creates a record then of your own assumptions and ways of labeling things. And so when you go back a month, 2 years, 5 years later, it becomes an indelible record of your own growth and the expansion of your own wisdom. But if we don't start capturing that early, we're not able to see the whole arc of it as we mature. And since most of you are going to have many more decades of hopefully health and energy and getting to decide what to do with it, it's never too early or late to start that reflection process.
That's great. This is more of a heavier question, so I'm going to read it. Someone wrote, I feel discouraged to the point of questioning if I should be in academics or if I should just do the bare minimum. It's been an issue because a big part of my identity circles around being an academic physician. Any thoughts?
That is probably the most common issue that I'm hearing among mid-career women especially. And the most important thing is to let those questions emerge. Ambivalence is absolutely normal. And so to allow our ambivalence to teach us about which of our values are in conflict, and to be able to keep looking at those, because you all have so many commitments and they're going to be in competition, and there are going to be times when you're not going to be able to be in your true north box. And what's important is knowing why we're doing what we're doing. Sometimes there's going to be intervals, as you are all living in, of trade-offs, sacrifices. And as long as we can stay connected to why am I making this trade-off? What do I hope to learn from it? And looking ahead, is this pulling me in the long-term direction I want to go? Am I able to work out of my strengths? Or do I really need to make that tough assessment to leave academic medicine? And there's never been a more challenging time to be in academic medicine, given not just the clinical demands, but the chickens are kind of coming home to roost, I think, on patterns that have been developing throughout my whole 50 years in academic medicine of less support for education in terms of your RVUs and in terms of your salaries, and a willingness to continue to devote yourselves to this bigger mission, generative mission of the next generation of caretakers and healthcare professionals. And knowing that these students, these opportunities to interact with other academics is constantly stimulating your own further growth. It's just knowing when you get to that point where there's no rejuvenation, or it just doesn't look good long term as a good fit for you, and starting to allow yourself to think about options so that you don't feel trapped. That's the worst, feeling trapped in a sense of isolation and personal deficit. So whatever you can do to keep yourselves out of that trap, you deserve to experiment with.
You touched in your talk about some of the traps and pitfalls that women experience, especially during mid-career. Can you maybe offer some advice or insight on how we can help junior faculty women or even students from falling into these same traps?
Yeah, that's such a great question, and we don't talk about it enough because we want to find that balance between, we want to help them be realistic, right? But we don't want to discourage them. We want to inspire them, but we want to help them see what's going to be feasible for them. And since each individual, needs a different level of challenge combined with support, from time to time, it's being able to use all of your intuition and relational skills to discern how can I be the most effective coach or mentor for this person right now? What do they need to hear from me? We have to be constantly asking ourselves those questions. The good news is that virtually all of you already have those relational communication skills and know how to support and challenge people who are younger than you. As parents, you learn so much about that. That's one advantage that great parents have.
This is a question from myself. So I've heard the phrases, no is a complete sentence, or I'm going to say no to something now to make room for yes for something later. But I often find that saying no is very challenging for multiple reasons. You want to please people, but also you may really enjoy these things, but you find yourself saying yes and becoming overcommitted, which I think leads to these traps in the future. What is some advice you have on effective tools to say no, or successful tricks you've learned along the way?
Thanks for the question, Casey. I don't think there's so any tools or tricks. And if it's one thing we learn, it's that dates in our calendar come up quicker than they appear to at the beginning when we commit to them. It's the constant discipline of prioritizing, what is the best use of my energy right now? And how can I communicate that to the person I need to stay in relationship with and meet my responsibilities with, but not overcommit myself, and to do it without apology. So the more clarity we have about our own values and priorities, the more effectively we can have those difficult conversations, right? And usually it takes a couple disasters for that to really, for us to really be acting like the CEO of our own career in those regards. It's very hard. It's just very hard. And yet we learn from those lessons not to overcommit.
I really appreciate that, because sometimes we catastrophize disasters, and I think that embracing our failures and learning from them is a really important lesson in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
There was a question on how do you see these reflections and suggestions relating more specifically to the experience of gender diverse people and women of color at the workplace?
Yeah, thanks for bringing those important populations up. I think that the challenges for those who haven't had the historical power, or dominion in our institutions really are greater. And I think there's a lot of overlap between the questions that people of color and non-heterosexuals and women face in having these kind of conversations, because we look ahead and we don't see role models that fit very well. And so being able to continuously expand the number of people who, even though they might not have had the same kinds of experiences we have, to be able to create relationships so that we can keep learning from people without any sacrifice of our own backgrounds and characteristics, to trust that we can be who we are, and find individuals who can effectively mentor us, to keep trying to do that. And it takes more work for lots of reasons. That's another talk.
Yeah, absolutely. Mentorship is very complex, especially when you can't find it locally. And I think it's important that we channel these feelings of being under-mentored into propelling us to be better mentors ourselves for the future. So it's
Great.
really a really rich discussion.
And also realizing that we can learn from anybody. I think some of us have overly narrow standards of what a mentor or role model is. I think we have to keep broadening them, because we really can learn from everybody.
We're having some really amazing comments and questions pouring in. So if I don't get to all of them, I want to apologize to the audience, but I want to just send some appreciation for your vulnerability. Here's a question. It says, I want to advance and grow in my career, but I have a fear of taking on responsibility and making mistakes. I know I have the capability, but I can't overcome the fear. Any suggestions?
Oh, thanks for bringing that up, because I didn't really expand on so much on the way in which success and failure are not opposites. Our failures and mistakes tend to be hidden, and yet all the leaders I've ever known have learned so much from their own failures and mistakes. So it's more a question of not being afraid of making mistakes. If we're afraid of making mistakes, we're not experimenting or taking risks in line with our values. And so it's a combination of the courage, and the ability to keep working out of our strengths, keep building our strengths. And sometimes, especially women, we really need help in being able to trust them, to take some credit, to claim them. And that's why it can be so helpful to ask for that kind of affirmation when we need it, because we tend not to affirm or encourage each other often enough. So I would really highly recommend connecting with people who can help you believe in your strengths, so that you stop being, so the fear of mistakes.
That's wonderful. And one of the things at GEAHM that we try to encourage is really lifting up the people around you and celebrating people's wins. I think creating a culture where you affirm people and you give people credit, and you also make people feel comfortable to promote themselves. I think it's a really important step towards empowerment, because fear is common. Lots of people feel this way, or they're afraid to take that next step. But I think having a powerful support network is really great. So whoever wrote that question, I hope that GEAHM can provide some support to you. Another really wonderful question is, do you have any suggestions for adjusting one's perspective from self-deprecation to finding humor in your flaws?
I think that developing a sense of humor is the highest skill of all, and so just the process of taking ourselves more lightly. In fact, that's a really good question we can be asking ourselves all the time. How can I take myself a little bit more lightly in this situation, a little bit less seriously? And indeed, we can inspire each other along those lines. And that being able to combine that orientation toward the world with the sense of responsibility that we all have, and not seeing those as unrelated or opposite. They're complementary. Look for great examples of it.
Do you have any ideas on how we can adjust our expectations of ourselves and the people around us during COVID? Because a lot of people are having difficulty with their expectations during this really
Yeah,
stressful time.
absolutely. And being able to try to look at the long term, since none of us knows what normal is ever going to be again, and since it looks like we're going to be dealing with a high level of uncertainty in lots of ways, much more than we were. We really strongly prefer certainty and control. And we can't help that we prefer that. Animals prefer to know about safety, to stay safe, and to be able to predict what's going to happen next. And that's what I mean by getting more comfortable with the discomfort of uncertainty. It's going to be just uncomfortable, and yet we can get better at tolerating the tension of it if we stop expecting the world to become more predictable, because it's not going to be. And so again, look for examples of people who seem to be adapting. And ask them, how is it that you got so excellent at adapting in the midst of this terrible uncertainty that we're living in? And that's really what I view as the meaning of resilience.
How do you personally prioritize yourself on a daily basis or when you find yourself feeling overwhelmed or overcommitted?
Lily Tomlin said, when we're pressed for time, infinity might as well not even be there. And so whenever I feel really, and usually I'm putting pressure on myself. At age 72, I don't have as many responsibilities as I did when I was starting my business 20 years ago. Things have become much more manageable. And so it's mainly a matter of asking myself, why am I putting so much pressure on myself here? And as you were asking Casey a few minutes ago, that process of deciding about commitments and when to say no, it's being able to look at all that every day and say, okay, what's realistic? And again, accepting, who am I going to disappoint? It's okay. I'm going to disappoint them.
Yeah, I think like embracing the fact that there is no perfection in this process, that disappointment is inevitable, is a really important part of letting go. But I think that people still really struggle with that. And one of the questions that came up was just when I think I'm okay with setting something aside as being less important, I'm called out on it. How do we convey to those who evaluate us why their metrics might not be as important as they once were or hope to retain us?
Yeah, there's no substitute. This is a negotiation. I mean, it's helpful to think of those kind of conversations as a negotiation, where you're putting what you bring on the table, and the other person is saying, okay, but I need more, or I need this. And being able to represent yourself as effectively as you can while staying in relationship with this important person. So it's a combination. It's finding that sweet spot between your being able to stick to your own goals and being able to stay in relationship with someone who's asking you something that you're uncomfortable with for whatever reason. So the more effectively we can speak up on our own behalf, the better. And practicing that, before a conversation like this, practice it with a colleague who can even play a devil's advocate and push on you, so that you can have a chance to try out different responses.
That's really great. Another person commented that when we were discussing role models, you stated that there aren't a lot of role models directly above a specific age group, but yet younger generations are looking up to these people. I feel like I may fall into this category, especially moving into a leadership position. Do you have any suggestions?
Well, as I also said, we're all leading from the middle, whether you have a leadership definition or position. All of you are having to serve many people above you, many people beneath you, and many people at your own level. And so you're a role model just by showing up at work, whether you want to be considered one or not. And so again, just accepting that's, and you're prepared for it. I mean, I think you forget that sometimes that you bring so much expertise combined with commitment and dedication to your roles that just by being who you are on your good days, right, is modeling what it looks like to keep showing up under very difficult circumstances. And so the evidence of courage, of kindness, of showing gratitude, those go a long way. I mean, one word to somebody, either a negative one or a positive one, a thank you or a frown, can make a difference for hours, in terms of how we're feeling about ourselves and our work. And so whatever we can do to encourage each other helps.
Speaking of leading from the middle, I think leading from the middle is a really important but complex topic. And oftentimes we find ourselves as not leaders yet, or not in a position of leadership, trying to express ourselves and lead from the middle, or even the lowest end of the pack. When you're in that position, sometimes you're surrounded by people in leadership who might not necessarily appreciate your efforts or see your vision or encourage these leadership skills from developing. How do you tell someone who is in the early process of developing their leadership wings how to navigate the complexities of hierarchy, system, and people who may not share the vision that you have? Because I think that's a common experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I wrote the article on organizational savvy a few years ago. I couldn't believe there was nothing in the literature in academic medicine on that. And I couldn't even get it accepted in academic medicine. It ended up being published in the Journal of Women's Health because it's the most critical subject, because nobody talks about how do we learn how the organization actually works and to discern what we can influence and what we can't. And it's only really through our networks that we come to understand how we can increase our influence in these roles. One handy phrase for getting through those difficult conversations where you really disagree with someone is apparently we don't share the same vision. The non-judgmental, open-ended, you can branch off from there. As I understand it, this is what you're asking me. This is how I see my role. How do you see my role? Trying to just really get some specific pieces of information without and conveying an intent without damaging the relationship.
Yeah, it's a tricky road to navigate. Another question that popped up or comment in the field is, I recently read a quote by a deceased white man who was a millionaire and an entrepreneur that discouraged wishing for things to be easier, but rather encouraged wishing for more skills. What is your perspective on this?
Say the last part again, the encouraging.
Discouraging wishing for things to be easier, but encouraging wishing for more skills.
Oh, wishing for more skills, where does that get you? I mean, you have to build the skills. You have to figure out what you need to get better at, what you'll never get better at, and stop, worrying about that. We've try to figure out how to partner with people who are good at what we're not good at, or we can hire people if we're rich enough to do what we're not good at. But really keep focusing on what do I need to get better at and how am I going to get better at it? What risks do I need to take in order to build the skills that I need to build, that I want to build, so that I can stay in the true north, right? So that I'm able to do what I both enjoy and am good at over the long haul. There's always going to be intervals where we can't do that. But again, as long as we know why we're making those trade-offs, that helps us stay wise.
Thank you, Janet. I really want to just express our thanks from GEAHM from the bottom of our hearts for having you share your wisdom, experience, and expertise with us today. On behalf of GEAHM, I also want to say that when we were discussing gender diversity as a group, we meant that to be an inclusive term, including transgender, cisgender, non-binary, gender non-conforming, et cetera. So we want to make sure that we're very clear in our inclusivity and our priorities at GEAHM. We're really appreciative of all of our opportunities that we have for mentorship, for discussion. We want to promote kindness and gratitude, and we wish everyone the best. So thank you so much, Janet, for spending this afternoon with us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, I think you just did a great job. Those were great questions, everybody. Thank you so much. And I just want to end by going back to that original image of Buddha and encourage you to put all those arms around yourself and embrace yourself for who you are and for showing up today, because I know that these kind of opportunities to connect with each other, even across all these miles and differences, are how we keep growing as human beings.
Thank you. And moving forward, to all of the participants who are here today, for next year and future conferences, we really appreciate all of your input. So if you want to send us an email with ideas for what you're looking for in the future, we're really open to that. So thank you. Before we finish up, I did want to let everyone know that the next session is going to be our breakout sessions. We're very excited about this. Our breakout sessions time begin at 1:17 p.m. There are 2 sessions. Each session is 30 minutes long. Your first session ends at 1:50, and you'll have about 5 minutes in between to join your next topic session. So a quick pee break, water, get your life together. At the end of the second session at 2:25, there'll be another 15-minute break, and then you'll join us back here at the YouTube website at 2:40 for the remainder of the conference. We have 2 conference talks following our breakout sessions that we don't want you to miss, including developing mentoring networks and the impact of COVID-19 on promotion and tenure. If you have any questions about how to join the breakout session or have any issues, you can send an email to GEAHM, GEAHM, sorry, at ohsu.edu. I encourage you all to check your emails. There was a unique meeting WebEx link that was sent to you in your confirmation email. So again, thank you, Janet, and thank you everyone for tuning in, and we will see each other next up in our breakout sessions.
Hello, and welcome to the second half of our conference. My name is Amy Forrester, and I work in the Teaching and Learning Center. We have two featured talks next that, when we reflected on the theme of this year's conference and on the keynote, we realized that these are universal issues that we thought everyone would want to hear about. Mentoring, because we recognize it's virtually impossible to find your true north or reflect on your career without both mentoring and being mentored. And COVID and promotion and tenure, because the future of women in academic medicine has experienced massive impacts over the past few years, and many of us are reflecting on promotion within academics and our careers in academics. So we're going to begin with mentoring networks in real life with Drs. Kirsten Moreno, Asma Taha, and Sud Anand. We'll view their talk and follow it with a live Q&A. They ask that you download the mentorship map for their talk, so please click on the links that we're posting in the chat. There are two options, a fillable map, which you can fill out on your computer, and a printable map that you can print and fill out with a pencil. Poll Everywhere will open momentarily to accept any questions you have for the presenters. And there will also be a few Poll Everywhere questions requesting audience responses as well. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us for the next 30 minutes while we discuss mentoring networks in our role at OHSU. And thanks to the GEAHM Conference Planning Committee for inviting us to talk about this topic. My name is Kirsten Moreno, and I am an education manager in the Provost Office, and I run two programs related to mentorship, Mentorship Academy and New Faculty Mentoring Circles.
Hello, my name is Asma Taha, and I am an associate professor in the School of Nursing.
Hello, folks. I'm Sud Anand, an associate professor in Department of Cell Developmental and Cancer Biology, and I'm a mentor as well as a mentee.
And I just want to thank Asma and Sud for co-presenting this with me and helping to bring this mentoring network idea to life. So we're going to start with a quick bit of active participation. You can see the question we'd like you to respond to at the bottom of the slide in purple, and there's also the QR code for you to pull that up if you haven't done that yet. Think about how many mentors you have in your professional life right now. We'll give you maybe 20 seconds to think this through and count them up. Just estimate. If you're not sure, define mentor however you like. It's just to start thinking about this idea. So the question again is, how many mentors do you have in your professional life right now? Okay, thank you for responding to that question. So the objectives that we have for this talk are to describe, that you will be able to describe the value of developing a mentoring network, that you will identify your gaps in mentorship, that you will recognize that some of the relationships you may already have are in fact mentorship and you maybe didn't realize that before, that you will start filling in your mentoring map with the goal of seeking out additional mentors and populating this mentor map over the next 6 months or so, and that you will describe where you have the most to contribute yourself as a mentor and how to pay it forward to others. So you have the ability to pose any questions to us as the presenters throughout our presentation by using the Poll Everywhere app. And for the Q&A at the end, we'll be looking at whatever questions you enter as we're talking. So go ahead and enter questions as they come up, and that should be open to you in Poll Everywhere throughout the rest of this presentation. Okay, so what does the scholarship show about mentoring networks? A study from 2018 showed after a year of actively engaging a network of mentors, internal medicine residents in Canada perceived that having a network of mentors increased their self-awareness, it improved their overall efficiency, and it contributed positively to their wellness as physicians. A systematic review of articles on mentoring networks uncovered a few themes, including mentor networks meeting changing needs throughout training and career development, It also found that successful mentor networks are architected by the mentee. They evolve as the mentee's needs change, and while more formal mentoring programs can be beneficial, having a mentee more informally set out to create a mentor network leads to more meaningful mentorship relationships. So this is why we're emphasizing creating your own mentoring network in this presentation today. In addition to being aware of the benefits of creating your mentor network, also be aware of times when you're holding limiting beliefs about why maybe you don't need to cultivate a network of mentors. This might look like telling yourself things like, I can figure out how to get this grant done myself, or I'd like to hold on to my manuscript until it's perfect so I don't bother people who don't have time to help me think it through. These beliefs result in us sometimes floundering around or not being efficient in our work and in missed opportunities to connect with colleagues. Take advantage of another person's insight if they applied for the same grant the previous year. Ask that colleague who's a great editor to look over your manuscript and get their feedback. People usually love to share advice or insights about targeted things they have experience or expertise in.
The limiting belief, mentors are really busy and I don't want to bother them, is actually fairly common, especially among trainees. But the idea here is that if you're able to diversify your portfolio of mentors, then that kind of ensures that you're not taking too much of any one mentor's time. So that way, you go to the right people for the right kind of help, and then you don't have to have too much ask from any single one.
So the presentation that we're doing right now is called Mentoring Networks in Real Life, because we wanted to bring this mentoring map from NCFDD to life with some real life examples from OHSU faculty. National Center for Faculty Development and Diversity, because their webinar on mentorship and their mentoring map inspired this presentation. And just a quick plug, if you have not set up your account with NCFDD yet, please consider doing it. Anyone with an OHSU email address can participate in their webinars and things like their 14-day writing challenges. And for faculty specifically, there's also a fantastic intensive mentoring opportunity that they run called the Faculty Success Program, which we really recommend if you are wanting some accountability with regard to publishing as you are preparing for promotion. And you can send me emails if you want more information about that program. Okay, so I took the NCFDD map this summer and I revised it for OHSU's specific context. This map is what we're going to walk you through today. You can follow along by clicking the link that we've put into the YouTube chat to one of two versions of this map. One is a printable version for those of you who prefer to use pen or pencil, and one is a fillable version if you want to fill it out on your computer. If you're able, start to fill out this map with the names of people who are already providing you mentorship and support in the areas as we go through them. It is totally fine if, as we go through this, you don't find that you have a lot of these blanks filled in yet. The goal of the webinar is just to identify needs, not make you feel bad about mentoring that you don't have yet. So this framework for thinking about your mentoring network divides mentorship into these 8 domains, and we're going to walk through all of these with some personal examples. Before we start doing that, though, a few notes. First, I just hope that it becomes clear pretty quickly the traditional idea of seeking out just 1 or 2 key mentors to support your career success is demanding a lot from those 1 or 2 mentors. There's a lot to each of these domains, and it's not very likely that 1 or 2 people will be able to fill all of these mentorship needs for any one employee. Also, if we're really clear about the different domains of mentorship and we seek out folks who are best fits to help with those specific domains, you have a much better chance of getting your needs met. And engaging a mentor network can also obviously help broaden the feedback, advice, and insights that you receive. The mentors that you put on this map can be those who are above you in the more traditional way that we think about mentorship, but equally important are horizontal or peer members. And I really want you to think about tracking those relationships as well. Don't hesitate to list peer mentors on this map, annotate them with an H to indicate horizontal mentorship relationship. It's important to track them at T's you're impacting, and those include horizontal and peer mentor relationships where you both benefit simultaneously from the mentorship. And you can report this kind of mentorship in promotion packets, or just generally keep in mind as you reflect on your career impact, the horizontal mentorship that you're involved in as well. Horizontal mentorship may also be especially helpful for women and gender minorities and others who may be underrepresented in leadership or in positions of power. This is because peer mentorship often provides a safer and more equitable space to develop, to ask questions, to admit insecurities, or to enhance your skill sets and self-efficacy. Horizontal mentorship relationships have been the most rewarding part of mentoring that I've participated in so far in my career, and have provided me with a lot of time and space to practice and grow in my professional identity. So as we're starting to talk about the 8 domains of mentorship, think both of mentors who are higher up the hierarchy than you and those who are your peers. And the last point is simply, as the scholarship showed, that your needs in many of these domains will change throughout your career. So your mentoring map is a valuable thing to revisit every few years or as you progress through your career and take on new roles. Okay, so let's get into the mentorship domain. So the first domain is that navigate the system. This refers to things like, how do I get a reimbursement for an expense? How do I navigate this complicated part of the org structure? How do I incorporate social justice, anti-racism, and equity into the work that I do or into my leadership approach? And also more broadly, how do I just be a clinician or a faculty member or a researcher in ways that are not always clear?
I want to kind of highlight a couple of examples here. My postdoc mentor and my current faculty mentors, Lisa Cousins, Pepper Shadeen, Jonathan Brody, all senior faculty, they always tell me about some of these hidden tips and tricks, like how to talk to NIH program officers, how do you talk to journal editors, how do you share your research program and engage them. It kind of helps to do this early before you have products going out, products as in papers and grants. And it also helps these program officers or journal editors sort of engage and give you their input before they get to see the products, because then they get to work with better products. So it's a win-win for both sides. And these are some hidden rules that I never knew until my mentors were able to point these out to me. Another example I wanted to mention is that oftentimes when we write reference letters in the past, we haven't paid a lot of attention to things like equity, the kind of adjectives we are using for trainees, etc. So over the past maybe couple of years or so, I shared with my mentees on how to write more equitable reference letters. How do you ensure that the adjectives we are using are appropriate for trainees and they are going to be unbiased as much as possible?
Thanks. Okay, so the second domain that we're going to talk about is professional development. This refers to things that are more related to the actual content of the work you do. Things like, how do you teach a seminar? How do you manage a lab? How do you get to decide which grants to apply to? And how do you manage your time as a clinician?
So here, we have to keep in mind that different mentors have different gems and different talents and different approach that could help us with professional development. So as an educator, for example, one may explore different teaching pedagogy. I can't help but reflect on my mentor, Dr. Martha Dreisnick, who used to co-teach the narrative medicine class. So she helped me see how the use of narratives through children's book is a great teaching strategy for including social justice and equity to health lens when we are preparing pediatric nurse practitioner students. Another example from clinical practice is Dr. Joseph Benter, who used to be the director of the Spina Bifida Clinic. He pointed me to how to get involved in national work through the CDC on spina bifida. So things to keep in mind that mentor could come from different walks of life. They could come from different school of thoughts. They could be women, they could be men. And the most important things that you look at the shared value that a mentor and a mentee share, and the shared value is more important than the gender or the position of this mentor that you are working with. So matching mentors based on deep level similarities or characteristics is very important to success in this journey.
Okay, so the third domain is sponsorship. And sponsorship is often contrasted with mentorship, but it's still an important concept to consider in your mentor map. Sponsorship is more about creating access to opportunities for you. Someone who uses their power and influence on your behalf, and interestingly, someone who shapes the story about you and your research on campus or helps to shape that story. is also something that a sponsor would do. So they know where the money is, they know what the needs are on campus, and they have connections. So Sud is going to share a little bit about sponsorship and his experience.
I think this is, again, super important. Do not hesitate to ask mentors for sponsorship or access to opportunities. Some mentors are able to do this by virtue of their position. Say, for example, again, I want to say Lisa Cousins, our department chair. Whenever we have a new early career faculty recruited in our department, Lisa asked them to co-write a review article with her. So within the first few months, they have a publication and they're able to as their lab is getting set up, they're able to get something that counts as a publication in PubMed. On occasions, I've volunteered within quotes. Sometimes, new postdocs or former postdocs are not aware of these, but I send manuscript reviews their way or invited talk opportunities. If I'm too busy and I cannot travel, I simply say, hey, I'm not able to do this, but there is a really talented senior postdoc who can do justice to this meeting. Please invite if you can. So please feel free to ask for opportunities. At the same time, if you're in a position to say no, we'll come to that in a little bit. Also volunteer some of your trainees or people in your own peer network.
Okay, the fourth mentorship domain is emotional support and safe space. So this is important because folks at OHSU are often moving away from their families for positions here and don't have the same access to previously existing support systems when they're early career faculty, at least. And of course, the pandemic has exacerbated the need for this type of mentorship for everyone as well. So Asma is going to share a little bit about that.
So as a mentor, it's very important to hold a safe space for your mentees and also look for a safe space for your own self as a mentor as well. A good mentor usually is non-judgmental and listens very well and encourages the mentee to reflect on their professional journey. Again, like one of my mentors who's close to my heart is Dr. Nikki Stickler, and she emphasized the power of listening and being present with the person that you sit and mentor and talk to. So even if we have social support or we don't have social support, as a mentor, it's very important that we seek to understand and help the mentee navigate their professional trajectory. We all need a safe space and we all need some emotional support. One of the examples that I often share with my students that English is not my first language, and that is an area that I am always cautious of. So I always try to find a peer mentor who basically could look at my scholarship work and look at it in a term of understanding that English is not my first language. So creating that safe space to your mentee, regardless of what's their need, is very important for this journey.
Thank you. Okay, so the fifth domain of mentorship on our mentoring map is role models and professional niche. So mentors in this area might be those who you look up to holistically, or someone who lives life the way you want to, or who has focused their career in ways that are similar to the impact that you aspire to.
We all have role models around us in our schools, the university, and also in a professional organization. A mentor could help you navigate professionally where to get involved, so your service will help your position, will help you position your talent beyond the local environment of your school or your department. I have been involved, for example, with the work of diversity, equity, and inclusion at the School of Nursing and the university. And then one of my mentors, who's our professional organization president, Dr. Andrea Klein-Tilford, basically challenged me to get involved and to get beyond the wall of my academic institution to participate at our professional organization. So as a result, I am contributing to 2 committees on equity, diversity, and inclusion at the National Organization for Pediatric Practitioner, and Society of Pediatric Nursing. And that led to more scholarship on the area, and we have published a paper on the topic. So basically, finding your professional niche, connecting with the role models that you look up to in your professional organization or professional entities that you belong to, could basically help strengthen your commitment to growth.
Okay, so the sixth domain of mentorship is promotion and tenure and substantive feedback. So promotion and tenure is one of the more common areas that faculty seem to be seeking mentorship in, from my experience. Promotion and tenure mentors can help you assess your readiness to go up for promotion and understand what the promotion committees value. I'm participating in horizontal mentorship right now in promotion and tenure. And the way that looks is I meet quarterly with a colleague who is also an assistant professor in the provost office and who started at OHSU around the same time as I did. We check in with each other on our progress in scholarship and dissemination. We share tidbits about what we've learned about the promotion and tenure process, and just generally we're each other's cheerleaders. I think we've been able to help each other see what we're overlooking as we progress through the first few years of being a faculty member, and it just makes me feel less alone in preparing for the daunting promotion process ahead of us to have her as a peer mentor going through it with me.
This is one of the most nerve-wracking things, right? Like PNT, and then you don't know what black box or what magic things happen in that. And it's helpful in this kind of process to get constant feedback and input. And so we have sessions in our early career advancement program. It's a mentoring program available in the School of Medicine. Every year we have recently promoted faculty come in and share insight into the process, like what did they have to do, what were some of the things that were challenges, and how did they overcome those things. And we also have detailed annual reviews and feedback from faculty mentors every year. So it happens like, say, once every 6 months, once a year with the chair of the department. So we know, if there is any course correction to be done, if we are doing too little of teaching or too little of service, I can guarantee you it never happens. But we always have, some indication in year 2 or year 3, hey, you need to do more of this and you're doing too much of this. This is what would matter, and that sort of thing.
Great. Okay. Mentorship Domain 7 is scholarship, support, and intellectual community. So having mentorship in scholarship and writing and in thinking through intellectually challenging topics is critical. This can look like a few different things, and you can have mentors you call on for a few subcategories here. They might help you answer questions like, how do I engage this new trend in my subfield? Or am I on track with this research idea? And scholarship support and mentorship can also include the folks that you know who will provide thoughtful and insightful feedback on drafts you're writing, or to help you really polish up the final edits during the final edit stage.
So for me personally, I think this is kind of the most fun and somewhat underrated domain to chat about. So my personal observation, again, is that I think trainees or even early career faculty often thrive when they are in a group of 2 or 3, or at what I call, at the very least, a dimer. So you need to have a cohort that can go through these experiences, commiserate. So I have a number of fantastic brainstorming colleagues or thinking partners, if you will. Just to name a few, Amy Moran, Josh Walker, Mike Cohen, they're all like plus or minus 2 years in terms of career paths. So we bounce ideas off of each other, we criticize each other's ideas, we criticize grant aims, etc. The draft feedback is a totally different beast. So that's something what I think is like asking someone for a ride to the airport. Ask only the people that you can really count on and who have the time to do it, and who would actually say no if they don't have the time to it, and they're completely honest about that. And you want rigorous, but at the same time, honest feedback. So you need to seek out mentors who are going to tell you like it is, because you want it vetted before it goes out the door and before it goes to the journal or the study section, etc. For me personally, Pepper Shedeen has been the go-to mentor, and pretty much every single early grant that I have gotten has benefited a lot from her criticism and input. The final edit is like a whole different ballgame. You want somebody who gives a lot of attention to detail, who is able to look through things and who is able to see it from a very outsider's perspective. So this final edit doesn't have to be a faculty, even it can be a technician or a graduate student or a postdoc or a staff member. And even it can be a high school student, because if your writing is not intelligible to a high school reader, then you need to simplify it more, because I can promise you that grants on study sections are going to be read by people who are not really experts in your exact area. So if it's not intelligible to a technician or a staff member, you need to simplify it more.
Okay, so the last domain that we're going to talk about from our mentoring map is has to do with those who help you monitor the time you're committing to the asks that are made of you. So accountability can be in what really matters in your teaching and your clinical tasks. It could also be an accountability for things that really matter more personally to you for long-term success. So you could create a small group, a no committee, to help you make sure that you are addressing your own well-being, that you're taking time off as you need to, that you have boundaries between work and home, things like that. One way to conceive of this no committee is that it's a group of friends or mentors who help you think through if and how to say no to certain opportunities because they don't align with your priorities, and they remind you that your time is valuable. Sort of a different way to look at it also is you could also have a different group of folks, or maybe the same, who is your yes committee. So this would be friends and mentors who hype you up and nudge you beyond your comfort zone. Also kind of like what Dr. Taha was talking about earlier with the one of her mentors pushing her to get involved in committees outside of the university. It's really great to be nudged beyond your comfort zone and have people tell you you should say yes to this when you normally would feel more timid about it. So they are folks who remind you that your ideas are valuable. So one is reminding you your time is valuable, you should say no maybe. And the other group is saying your ideas are valuable, this is something you should push forward and say yes on. So if you want to read more about yes and no committees, you can click on the link that is in that section of the mentor map, and I will also add it to the YouTube chat. There's a short little essay about them that I think is really easy to read and helpful.
Right. So Kristen, I can tell you this is one of the area that I struggle the most with. I always have hard time saying no. But always setting goals for your professional progression is very important. So before saying yes or no, I think you always have to examine whether the ask fits within your professional goal, whether it will advance you forward or not, or it will take you away from some important work that you are doing. Because at the end of the day, we want you to progress. And the other thing, we want you to do things that you are passionate about, and you don't get burned out. I do have a yes and no mentors that basically help me sometimes with decision making. Dr. Gail Armstrong here in the School of Nursing will always say, how does this align with your future trajectory for promotion? The other persons that I always touch base with and we meet regularly is Dr. Dreisnick. And lately, basically, I was asked to contribute to the Bright Future document from the American Academy of Pediatrics. And I was debating because there is a lot on my plate going on at the same time. And she said, this is a yes. So this is basically something that will help you move toward your next rank or next professional goals. So you need to say yes for this. So those having mentors who cares about you and who understand your professional trajectory could help you with the no and yes decisions. So you don't have to make them in your own and you don't have to do them abruptly. You always, like, if you decide to say no, you don't have to say no at the same time. You could say, give me a few days to think about this. And then if you decide to say no, you could draft a nice email thanking the person for considering you and politely decline. This takes time for many of us to become good at it. It takes time to be comfortable with it. So practice and practice some more.
So this is again what Asma and Kirsten mentioned. This is really hard to say no. So one of the things that I like to think of it is, it's like a Netflix plan. You have 3 levels of effort you can give to anything. There's the basic, standard, and then the premium. So there are commitments, maybe you find it like really impossible to say no. Then your effort can be basic, and you can save your premium effort and enthusiasm for tasks that really matter, like your scholarship, for example, or like mentoring trainees, etc. So if you're not able to say no, then think about it as, do you really need to bring your premium effort for something, or can you get by with basic or a standard effort? Also, when you're able to say no, give others, trainees, and colleagues permission to say no to you. So you should also be a willing recipient of no. So if they're able to say, Sud, I'd love to teach in your course, but unfortunately I have too much on my plate, I should be able to respect that. Everyone says no sometimes. So nobody is going to be able to say yes to every single request. So you have to give yourself permission to say no sometimes.
And then we just have 3 more slides. We're going to share some thoughts about mentoring women and gender minorities and a few resources for you. And then we're going to have you respond to a few questions in Poll Everywhere.
Yeah, so one of the resources is the Brown University Guide on Mentoring Women and Gender Minorities who are faculty. So although this resource is old, it was published in 2010, but it has some important nuggets that we can keep in mind in this mentoring journey. So something to keep in mind is to help your mentee develop an elevator speech about their current research and explore ways of phrasing their research profile. Encourage them to celebrate accomplishment. I think many of us are not good in celebrating all the good things that we accomplish. So pushing them to celebrate, that's very important. Boost their participation in meetings by discussing ways to retain credit for their ideas if they are attributed to someone else. And then advise them to choose service assignments that serve in the most significant ways and align most closely with their professional goals. You can encourage them to negotiate for help or lighter teaching load, for example. And then discuss how to manage a class where they may be challenged more than a male instructor. So those are some of the tips that the guide has. And again, we're going to provide a copy of it along with other resources. And on the next slide, there is 2 classic books that we recommend for mentors and for mentees. The first one on being a mentor, and it has a lot of strategies for mentors to use with mentoring students and junior faculty. It's a great read. And the second book is The Element of Mentoring, and it has best practices based on evidence-based research on what work with mentoring and what does not work. So I think having a book in your shelf that you can refer to about mentoring can be very helpful.
Great. So we just wanted to share a couple resources that exist at OHSU before we're done with our time. So if you are looking to grow as a mentor, especially if you mentor learners or postdocs in research, but it's open to those who realize that this is set up specifically for research mentorship, but anyone can attend. We have Mentorship Academy, and Mentorship Academy starts this term in February. So you can search Mentorship Academy in Compass and register, and let me know if you have any questions about whether that is a good fit for you. If you are looking for more opportunity to be mentored, NCFDD's Faculty Success Program, and I listed the domains that you can get mentorship on there. That is at cost, but I'm happy to share more about that with you if you like. The School of Medicine has a promotion and tenure mentoring program, which they have piloted this year. So it is currently not open, but I believe it's going to be open again at some point in 2022. So keep an eye on that as well. And then Dr. Anand wanted to talk about Ecap.
So the Ecap program, as I mentioned, is a program that started in our department and that's now expanded for early career faculty across the board. It's a great program. I've been a mentee in it, and now I'm a mentor who occasionally pitches in. So it covers a range of different topics, from how to build a lab, how to think about lab budgets, how to recruit and retain people, etc. Please feel free to check out the website.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to take a moment and look at the questions that you've submitted in Poll Everywhere for us. While we're doing that, we have 3 final poll questions for you. So we're going to activate those questions, and those questions are just to get your sort of responses to the 8 domains of mentorship and a next step you can take. Okay, so it looks like some of you have started to answer the questions. So you should have 3 questions in the Poll Everywhere. And I'm going to just hold it on each of these for about 30 seconds to see how you respond. The first question is, which domains have gaps in your mentor network right now? Okay, the second question, which domains are you well qualified to mentor others in? Okay, that looks like it's stabilized. And then the last question, what is the one thing you can do in the next week in response to this presentation or to address a gap? Sorry, I guess I should make that a full screen here. There you go. So take a closer look at who I interact with to see if any people I'm not thinking of now are actually mentors like that. Look at professional bubble people who may fill gaps. Ooh, determine a list of priorities for my no committee to use. That sounds like a great idea. And also mirrors a lot of the things from the keynote and also from one of the breakouts I was in. I feel like we're all trying to say the same thing, which is that we should all be saying no a little more and be doing it really thoughtfully and intentionally. Oh, somebody's going to register for my Mentorship Academy. Yay! Okay, I just wanted you all to get a sense for what your peers were saying. So I'm going to stop sharing that now, but thank you for sharing all of your thoughts. And we have just a few minutes for a few questions. So the first question I think we're going to go with is, let's see, Sud would like to respond to, how do you find mentors for each domain? How explicit should the relationship be? Like, should it be on paper with actionable items, meeting dates, etc.?
There are two approaches. Find people who have gone through that process, maybe a year or two before you. You can also ask people who are experts in that particular domain for help with things. And then should you formally write it down and make it a thing? It depends. I think as a mentee, you want to be responsible for other people's time. Therefore, for some mentoring relationships, it's best to have it on people's calendars ahead of time, have a set agenda when you meet with them. But for your own peer group, I think it can be more like a informal once a month happy hour or lunch or coffee break, something like that. So I'd say mix of both for this one.
Asma, did you want to chime in about anything on that one?
It all depends on the relationship and the purpose of the relationship. So I have two mentees that I meet with monthly. So we have a calendar invite, we have a standing recurrent meeting that we only change if there is something happen, but we have certain things that we are working on, and the goal is to get them to basically be ready.
Did we lose Asma? Yeah, okay. Oh, sorry, Asma. I want to hear what you had to say. Okay, we'll come back to her. Oh, the next question was actually for Asma. Is she back yet? Okay. So, Sud, let's see if there was another question. I'm going to pose a question, which is, we often get the advice and hear, and for very good reasons, that we should find mentors that look like us or that share similar identities with us. And I just wanted to hear what your thoughts were on that idea, especially given some of the comments we got, that it can be difficult to do that given where we are geographically or because of the pandemic, et cetera. So yeah, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's sometimes really difficult, especially if you're underrepresented. I don't consider myself as underrepresented, but again, folks that grew up in India, had an undergraduate experience in India, and then came to tenure track in the US. It's not as many folks. So sometimes you want to broaden the number of people you get input from and get it from people with maybe similar professional backgrounds or similar mindsets or similar paths, if not necessarily with shared experiences exactly like how it might be ideal. So try if you can, but again, go to people that have good input to offer, not even if background wise they might be something different.
I would say the same. I don't know if you can hear me now or not.
Yes.
But if you are going to wait to find people who look like you may struggle and may not find mentors to basically accompany you in this professional journey. So I would say seek mentors who align with your values. That's what matters the most. And who understand your value system as well.
Thanks. Asma, would you like to finish what you were saying about the previous question when your internet was having problems?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I think you were adding on to Sud's response to how do you find mentors in each domain and how explicit should the relationship be?
So it depends on the relationships and the goal behind the relationship. Some mentee will come in with certain goals. They want to achieve X. I want to put a grant, for example, or I want to work on a publication, or I want to improve my teaching scores. So I have two mentees currently that I meet with them monthly, and we have a recurrent meeting that none of us cancel except if there is something bad happen. So we are committed for a year work together. But then there is a lot of informal mentoring that happens sometimes on daily basis and sometimes less frequent, depending on what the mentee needs at the time in their journey.
Okay. And then I think, did you have anything else to say, Asma, about the question we have is, how do you recommend finding promotion and tenure mentors outside of your department, especially during the pandemic when meeting people organically is not as common?
I think you have to keep talking to people, so you cannot be shy about it. And I think using your own mentors, the existing mentors, to recommend other people, because sometimes some of our mentors may have been in the university or in academia for a longer period of time than us. So they may help navigate the system for us, same like what we said with one of the first domains, I believe. So I would reach out to those mentors asking for explicit recommendation. And even if they don't have it, they may reach out to other people and get you names. I have reached out to Constance Tucker, for example, this year, and I have reached out to Dr. Kurt Freeman from a clinical practice, although I don't work with them very often, but like those people were recommended to me. So I reached out beyond the School of Nursing.
I think that, let's see. I think that we've answered most of what do you do when you finish the map and you have a completely empty area? Do you have any thoughts about that question? And then I think that would be our last question.
I want to say that's a good thing because now you have some thinking to do. Depending on how critical that area is, you can either, sort of like think deeply about who might be a good fit for that and seek out mentorship right away. If it's not something super critical, then, see over the course of, say, 6 months or so, if you're able to find people who can help you with those things. And also, it was heartening to see in the poll, there are a lot of people who are willing to give mentorship. And also, a lot of people said they have mentorship on their emotional support and a safe space domain. So it's really heartening to see the responses. So feel free to reach out amongst yourselves and talk to other colleagues to recommend mentors across domains.
Yeah, I agree. I think that seeing the poll results made me think the same thing. So we all have needs in different areas, but look at all the different areas that people are saying they can help fill. So I thought that was pretty encouraging. So thank you for participating in this, Sudha and Asma. I really appreciate it. So we just wanted to sort of close by encouraging you all to spend some more time reflecting on the different domains and the status of your mentorship map, thinking through if there's additional ways you can fill any gaps that you see, which ones are the most critical gaps that you have. And maybe you could even set sort of there's something you can do in the next week, but also maybe trying to fill those gaps over the next 6 to 8 months by the end of the summer, for example, might be helpful. And if you're having a hard time thinking about how to fill those gaps, Susan and Asma have talked about several different ideas, and you can also think about who you might see at your next professional conference, even if it's virtual, who has already done the things that you want to do, who's expressed interest in the work that you've done before. Maybe somebody made some complimentary comment a couple years ago that sticks in your mind. That could be somebody that you could reach out to again for some mentorship in a certain area. And then also, as a comment in the Q&A was, how do you respect and how do you think about colleagues that you respect and that you want to foster more of a horizontal relationship with also? So, and being intentional about there being a mentoring component to that would be great as well. So that was all that we had today for this presentation. So thank you so much.
Thank you, folks. Take care.
Yeah, thank you.
We are live.
Next is the GEAHM PNT COVID presentation. Actually, first I want to thank Drs. Taha, Anad, and Marino for that excellent presentation. Mentoring is so vital to leadership and professional development. And now we're going to shift to the GEAHM PNT COVID presentation. Unfortunately, we have a last-minute change to the conference program. Dr. Waddell is unable to join us today as she has contracted COVID despite being fully vaccinated. We wish Dr. Waddell a speedy recovery, and we thank her for her excellent leadership with being the PI of this project. Instead, I will substitute on her behalf. I realize it's not the same thing as having the PA present, but we are very excited to share with everyone some preliminary results of the PNT survey. I want to take a moment to share my slides. Okay, so the idea of the PNT COVID survey germinated in the summer of 2020 during a GEAHM conference meeting, GEAHM meeting, when several faculty provided stories about the impact COVID was having on their labs and research projects. We heard about faculty getting up at 3 or 4 in the morning to get some work on their projects before they started doing distance learning with their children. So as a committee, we became acutely aware that COVID could have a devastating impact on the professional and personal lives of faculty, particularly as women and non-binary individuals tend to disproportionately be involved in family and caregiving responsibilities. So we agreed to create a survey with 2 goals in mind. One, to evaluate the impact of COVID-19 on the academic progression of OHSU faculty. Okay, I'm told that it's not in slide mode. Here we go. And then our second goal for this PNT COVID survey was to develop recommendations for promotion and tenure efforts based on the study results. So to inform our survey development process, we convened 2 stakeholder groups, one in a GEAHM PNT COVID work group, and the second group, stakeholder group, was an OHSU-wide community stakeholders group. So we utilized the stakeholders to make sure that our language is appropriate and that the questions are relevant, particularly for faculty of color and gender diverse faculty. We also utilized the survey development expertise of Dr. Patty Carney. She is a professor in family medicine and an expert in faculty learning and survey development. We developed a Qualtrics survey that we emailed to all OHSU faculty on June 10th of 2021. We recorded the responses on July 7th. All the responses were anonymous. And the survey took about 15 minutes to complete. And our study was approved by OHSU IRB. So we included questions regarding demographics and faculty status, such as faculty rank. We also included questions regarding household composition and caregiving status. We also asked questions regarding how COVID-19 affected work towards promotion, as well as COVID-19 related stress and burnout questions. I apologize, I'm having some technical difficulties here. So we received about 975 surveys completed, and this represented about 30% of OHSU primary faculty across all schools, centers, institutes, and the VA. I should say some from the VA. Women respondents were overrepresented compared to OHSU faculty overall, and white respondents were also overrepresented compared to OHSU faculty overall. In terms of demographics, we had the most number of respondents of our faculty who were on the professorial track, and we had the most number of respondents who were assistant professors at 417, followed by 218 associate professors who completed the survey. And then we had the fewest number of people who were in the research track. Most of the faculty who completed the survey represented the School of Medicine at 81%, followed by about 7% of faculty from the School of Nursing. And then we had the fewest representation, about 1%, from the School of Public Health. In terms of FTE, most of the faculty who completed the survey, about 80%, were full-time faculty. And then we received about 16% of the faculty who were part-time, who were 50% or more. In terms of race and Hispanic ethnicity, this was a really hard to develop in terms of get agreement on in terms of the survey and how we wanted to analyze the data. But at this point, in terms of the reporting on our preliminary results, we had the largest representation from faculty who identified as being white, or 77%, followed by about 13% of faculty who identified as being Asian or Asian American. And then we had the lowest representation from American Indian or Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander at 0.1%. In terms of Hispanic and Latino ethnicity, we had about 4% who identified as being Hispanic or Latinx. In terms of age group and gender identity, most of our respondents fell within the age group of 40 to 49, or 39%, and about 27 of our faculty fell within the age group of 30 to 39%, or 30 to 39 age group. And then we had about 66% of the female of the respondents identify as female, with about 31% identifying as male. And I also wanted to mention, sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties here. And then a very small percentage, about 0.4%, identified as being genderqueer, gender nonconforming, and non-binary.
If you need to advance the slides, usually if you just click on the presentation again, it'll give you control, if that's the issue you're having.
Okay, so my slides are not advancing. My apologies for these technical difficulties. Okay, here we go. In terms of what we found, We were interested in the impact of COVID on promotion and burnout. For promotion, we asked a very specific question: has the COVID-19 pandemic delayed your timeline for promotion? And as you can see, more women, or 23%, indicated that the pandemic delayed the timeline for promotion, compared to 21% of the men. And then we also found it interesting that more men indicated that COVID-19 had not affected the timeline for promotion at almost 60%. In terms of burnout, we found that about 63% of the women indicated that they felt burned out from their work at least once a week to every day, compared to 47% of the men. I'm really sorry, my slides are just not advancing here.
Go ahead.
Do you want to try using the spacebar? It's not working either. Go for it, Joe.
I was going to recommend the right arrow on the keyboard. But,
Okay, how about if I put it on outline form?
Alternatively, I think in the bottom left, there's like two arrows that are very faint that I think you'll be able to hit the right arrow. Usually you don't have to do that, but there we go. Okay.
Okay, there we
Guess
go.
that's what we have to do.
Okay, it seems to be working. Okay. Again, my apologies for these technical difficulties. Okay, so we also asked questions regarding whether faculty felt they were on track for promotion before and since COVID. And we analyzed the data with clinical faculty versus non-clinical faculty, and we found that before COVID, both the clinical and non-clinical faculty indicated that they felt on track for their next promotion. But if you look at since COVID, both the clinical faculty and non-clinical faculty indicated that they were less on track for the next promotion. And we were particularly interested in whether there were gender differences for feeling on track for their next academic promotion. And we found that before COVID, both men and women felt that they were very much on track for promotion. But since COVID, those percentages decreased noticeably. In terms of COVID impact on scholarship, about 61% of the faculty indicated that COVID had negatively impacted their publications. About 48% indicated that COVID had negatively impacted their ability to secure funding. We looked at COVID impact on teaching, and we found that about 71% of the clinical faculty indicated that COVID had negatively affected their teaching activities. And 55% of the non-clinical faculty indicated that COVID-19 had also negatively impacted their teaching activities. So this study was a huge undertaking. We have many, many people to acknowledge. And I'm sure I'm missing some people in our list here, but I would like to extend a huge thank you to our Executive Summary Committee, our Executive Summary Group, as well as our two stakeholder groups, our GEAHM COVID Work Group, as well as our OHSU-wide stakeholder groups. I wanted to give huge props to Amy Moran who created these beautiful slides that you saw in this presentation. We are also grateful for the survey development expertise of Dr. Patty Carney, in-kind data analysis support from Dr. Bonnie Nagel's lab, and the support of former Provost Dr. Andreessen and interim Provost Dr. Robinson. Thank you for your attention. I apologize for the technical difficulties. If you have questions or any comments about our project, we are still continuing to analyze our data. Today's results are just the preliminary results, and we would like to integrate your comments, any questions that you might have as we continue to analyze our data. So please contact us at this email, gem@ohsu.edu. And now I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair, Dr. Casey Seidman. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. I just want to say that you did an amazing job filling in at the last minute presenting this data. I really appreciate it. One of the reasons that we chose to present this instead of scrapping the session at the last minute is because transparency is really important to us, and there was a lot of work that went into this survey. So again, thank you everyone for all of the hard work that went into this. I want to thank everyone for joining us today for our annual leadership conference. Our hope was to create some space for you all today to think about ways to rethink, reinvent, and realign with your true north. We recognize that everyone is dealing with a lot these days, personally, professionally, physically, and emotionally, and I truly hope that you found some intellectual nourishment this afternoon. Janet Bickle's talk was inspiring, and I want to thank her for sharing her wisdom with us. Her comments spoke directly to me, and I'm sure many of us in the audience resonate with her description of that push and pull that she described. Sometimes we really need to face the hard questions in order to align ourselves to be the best version of ourselves. So thank you. I want to congratulate the nominees for the Hidden Hero and Frontline Heroes this year. We did not want to burden the OHSU community with our traditional award process this year, given the challenges that we're all facing. However, we felt it important to recognize all of the amazing contributions from this community during the pandemic. The GEM community has been really instrumental, so thank you and congratulations. GEM will continue to work on behalf of gender equity at OHSU. We have representation from all schools at OHSU, and in addition to our yearly leadership conference, which you're joining now, we strive to enact meaningful change within our community. Currently, we have a COVID family leave group, which is working to help give caregivers and parents the help they need during the pandemic. We have representation on the new faculty compensation plan, which allows us to ensure equity is at the forefront of these discussions. We have been involved in discussions regarding the gender pay gap and ways to mitigate it moving forward. As you saw today, we've been actively engaging the OHSU community to identify ways that COVID has affected the promotion and tenure process in hopes that we can use this data to engage conversation with the P&T committees at OHSU. And moving forward from the Covington investigation, we will have representation on the Oversight Committee. Please consider attending our monthly meetings as a friend of GEM and apply to join at the end of the academic year. Our collective voices and ideas have become real-life initiatives, and together we can strive to realign OHSU to embody and embrace equity. Please email us at gem@ohsu with any of your concerns regarding gender equity issues at OHSU. Your concerns have inspired us over the years, and we need your input. A big round of thank yous to Harleen Singh and Megan Herring for putting together the nominees this year, and another round of thanks to Stephanie Duchovny and Carmen Pfeiffer for curating this fantastic conference today. Thank you to the EdCom team, Joseph Kirkland and Marley Cullers, for their mastery of technology and making this virtual conference possible. Thank you to the Provost admin team and the many individuals who provided administrative support, especially Terry Holter, who is the glue of GEM. Thank you so much for joining us today and have a wonderful rest of your day.